Hello guys, welcome in. We are finishing, potentially, Shadowbringers today. How are we all doing today? Welcome in. We are in Comra. We're going to be checking up on our friends, the Gogs here. Doing some weekly Alliance raid stuff before we get into MSQ today. We're going to start 5.5 and then 5.56, I think it is. Or 5.6. No wait, isn't it 5.5? Whatever. We're going to try and finish Shadowbringers today. So we're in Norvrant. Here we are. How's everyone doing today? Happy Saturday, wherever you are. Let's do that. And this will be the first kind of weekly Alliance kind of thingy that I'm going to be doing here. So let's see what these are about. All that grinds is not gloom. The doomsaying dwarf wishes to send you to gather machine parts, and definitely not to your doom. Doom. Ready for another foray, are you? Well, if it wouldn't be too much of a bother. Nod. Excellent. Let our inexorable march towards failure continue. I say that every morning when I wake up. I'm kidding. So do you recall the Machina you brought back last time? Unfortunately, they were rather far gone, and I couldn't salvage most of them. Do you think you could bring back more of the same? Consider it done. Thank you. With the bits from the extra specimens, I think we could put together something useful, even if we're inevitably doomed to fail. Also, speaking of which, during the stream, I will need to like take a mandatory pause just to like go outside and open the gate for people. So I will need to like pause very quickly and do like a be right back. So just as a heads up, might also get like a phone call too as well. But I do apologize for that interruption later on. But copied factory. Yeah, we're going to try and go as long as we can, granted if work does not call me today. And we'll try to finish Shadowbringers today. Entrance to the factory. And typically, all things considered, though, like if I do get called into work, or if I'm like being called away, like we will push stream to like the next available day, which is in this case tomorrow probably. But we'll try and get as much done today. Go from there. So salvage in the copied factory. I do have plans for Endwalker as well. I've made my be right back starting soon. Thank you for watching little animation thingies that I do for my streams. Those are all done. They're ready to go. I finished Tamea's Endwalker glam. I've also finalized Tamea's Halloween glam as well. So I think we'll stream on Halloween and maybe do another deep dungeon as well. We'll probably attempt Palace of the Dead again on Halloween. And if not, then Heaven on High, perhaps. It's still so eerie here. I love this area. Like, near Automata, the whole of near Automata is behind Calusia. And I know someone made a meme of that, and it was really funny. I also think I got all of the data logs too from this area. And I don't think there were any data logs in the in the 3rd Alliance area. Because I think that area is, like, unavailable now. Machine lifeform wreckage. Alright. I wonder if we'll get another quest after this. Perhaps, like, once we finish here. Apparently this will take, like, 6 weeks. 6 weeks of these, little, fetch quests, perhaps. To complete the whole thing, maybe. But let's see. Here you are. Ah yes, precisely, the same as last time. This ought to suffice for our purposes, thank you. You know, I've been feeling a little bit more optimistic in spite of myself, but keeping occupied with our work. I find my mind doesn't stray towards the doom and gloom as often as it used to. It seems it's better to take action than being idle with negative thoughts. If only it weren't so hard to take action in the first place. Well, I should be getting back to work. Perhaps you could report to the chief, in case he has other tasks that want doing. Thanks again for bringing the parts. Thank you. Yay, blue quest. Valley, just the sinner I've been looking for, ho. Another one of those recording devices have arrived from Kanag. Seems the lad has more he wants to say to you. Here. When you have a moment, be sure to see what's on it. You there. Yes, the two of you. It's Glag. What are you doing, talking and nodding suspiciously? What are you two up to? Nodding suspiciously. You're conspiring to take over the village, aren't you? Just like those murderous machines. Huh? What am I? Did I just... Ugh, my head. Something's not right with Glag. It's not quite the same sort of not right what follows a few too many casks of ale. Whatever it is, it's nothing you need to worry about. I'll take care of it. Now then, was there something else you needed? Let's see. How's the rebuilding coming along? Well... Excuse me. You, what do you want? If you're here to mock us, have done with it and leave us be. No, I'm not here to mock you. On the contrary, I want to join you. I'm usually not the one to get involved, preferring to observe from a safe distance, while making the occasional comment to remind people of my presence. I mean, same. But seeing how hard you've been working for the village, I couldn't help but want to make myself useful for a change. Also, same. Well, we can certainly use all the help we can get. What say you, Tamea? Shall we welcome him to our crew? Sure. Thank you, I'm certain you won't regret it. After the strangeness with Glag, I wasn't sure what to expect from our dour friend, but sure wasn't an offer for help. Anyway, I'll find a moment to talk with the fellows about our plans. When he managed to settle in, you ought to have a word with him too. But to answer your earlier question, there's nothing we need you for right now. Only a matter of time before we can call on you again, though. So kick your feet up while you can. Of course. Weekly Quest continues. The story is now available from the Dour Dwarf. Obtain a message from Kanag. So I have to wait till next week, right? The 12th. Okay. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Dear Tamea, I forgot to mention I brought a pod with me. It assures me that the spirits came from a different world, and their purpose is to invade others by duplicating the machine lifeforms. It's weird to think that to someone, ours is the other world. I mean, if only he knew. Going on a journey to learn the secrets of the white spirits for myself. Okay. So we're done with that. So I'm starting to see possibilities in these machine parts. Don't tell anyone, but I even feel a bit daring. I wonder what they're gonna build here. Or if it's gonna like look different. Is it gonna be like a restoration kind of thing, like Doma, perhaps? Okay. Alright guys, I'll keep in touch with you guys later on. Next week. Let's go to the Crysarium. I loved Norvrand. Such an amazing place in my Shadowbringers playthrough. A bit sad we won't be going here as often, though. Because I kind of get the feeling that the Endwalker stuff is going to be in the source again and not in Norvrand. And yes, I do like taking the scenic route. The more role-playing kind of way to Mordona. Let's go to the source. Okay. So I believe MSQ is in Rising Stones, I think. And while we head over there, let's recap a bit. So 5.4 was a lot. There was a lot of content there. We had our Catboy, of course, Grahatia, join the team. And we were mainly with Alizé the entire time, and we were trying to find ways to put our plan into motion to possibly restore the Tempered back to normal. using Angelo. And so we consulted with Master Matoya. She suggested that we create more familiars. So we went through the dungeon, Matoya's relic, to fight against a large piggy. We gathered materials for the giant mother pig to create smaller little piggies. And once that happened, oh yeah, we also kind of tested the cleansing, I guess, from Gabu, and Gabu was able to make a full recovery, which was a good thing. And after we basically made like an assembly of little piggies, we went to Limsa to kind of cure the temper of the kobolds with the Admiral. And she was kind of managing relations with the Sahagins and the kobolds again, which honestly kind of surprised me, considering like how gung-ho she was about Limsa's like territory and their stubborn pride and all that. But she definitely earned some respect points from me, because like she's like my least favorite character, least favorite leader in this game. So it's good to see like she's actually like acknowledging like her, like the deeds of the past and all that. But we were able to cleanse the leader of the kobolds from Titan's essence. What else happened? So we were able to like manage relations with the Allied Society tribes. And then after that happened, shenanigans started happening. We met Fandaniel, who was erecting various towers all over Eorzea and the Source. And I kind of understand that from what I thought was these towers are kind of sending signals to the moon. I kind of felt like they're kind of converting the moon into like some kind of like weapon, some kind of Death Star kind of thing, like a Star Killer base from Star Wars perhaps. I feel like the moon will definitely get involved as well, because those towers were kind of transmitting something above us. So yeah, Graha was being silly. We were able to save Gabu. We were able to save the kobolds. We did another dungeon. And some towers started springing up. And it was... it's setting itself up for Endwalker, which I'm really excited for. So let's talk to everyone. In the face of this new draconic threat, you would indeed benefit from Estinian's presence. Yet I cannot help but wonder how Kryl and Tataru intend to locate him. They certainly seem confident, however. Oh yeah, we met Fanboy Daniel, in the Royal Menagerie, and he had a Lunar Bahamut, a big dragon, which absolutely wrecked us. And so Fandaniel's making his presence known, that he is essentially becoming the Joker, and he wants to burn everything down for fun. So that's wonderful. Sister says he acts like an old person, but if you ask me, he seems like a perfect gentleman. Where is our Catboy at? We're just going to talk to everyone before we begin. Alright, there's our cats. I wonder what our friend Emperor Solus would think were he to learn that his own flesh and blood is seeking to usher in the final days, together with a rogue Asian, no less. Idle musings aside, I pray that Thancred and Urianger return safely, with the intelligence we sorely need. While events have taken a grim turn, I must say that I've enjoyed our time adventuring together. Visit to Azizla, at least not at all. Since then, I've spent some time pondering why Lord Amon rejected Owen's proposal to investigate a cure for iconic corruption. Perhaps he judged the endeavor too difficult to pursue. I considered, but it seemed more likely that it had not met in Alec's best interests for a cure to exist. Whatever the truth may be, full glad am I that we could finish what Owen began. Also, speaking of which, I did add a new emote to chat, for Twitch chat, from last time. So, you guys can enjoy this emote, this Grahatia emote from his funny, silly face that he did last time. Because he was trying to convince a merchant that he was interested in buying their weapons. So this is basically Grahatia's like his goofy face, and unfortunately it's a tier 1 sub. I do apologize for that. All my other free subs, like, I want to keep. So this is a tier 1 sub, but if you got it, there you go. Just spam that in chat. That funny little Graha dorky smirk right there. Okay. So it seems only these two. Oh yeah, speaking of which, during the little, like, adventuring thing back in Azisla, there was a reference by Grahatia kind of doing, like, the whole mysterious voice kind of thing, which was really fucking cute. And because he did that in A Realm Reborn, because when we first met him, and he was just being such an adorable dork, and it was so cute. I loved it. I don't think there's anything in there. But okay. I think we're ready. I think we're finally ready to start MSQ again. And let's start 5.5. Unto the breach. Alize is waiting patiently for the return of certain Scions, least of all, you. Good news, Timea. Thancred and Urianger had finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say. Eh? Nod. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you would have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alize, Rahati, and Timea. I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we're proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. And you will also have heard, though, that it hasn't been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step forward towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh new problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help but noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try. Repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to reprise Ralban and the others of how the lands lie in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said, worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Devastation as such devastation. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their ends at the hand of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital had been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war. It has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in the mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as said edifice was next to nothing. It was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. Is Lunar Bahamut a primal? I would assume so, right? Maybe? We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Daniel can bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, I'll be sure to save some for Rianje, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Rabbi is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers. He requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be worried from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been in my mind since I first spied one on the way back. And I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Kryl, we need not all attend. Very well, I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamico forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we'll have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Also, the ending of 5.4, we had a scene of Lys and the Alamigan resistance members. They were trying to contact one of the limited number of troops that were deployed to investigate the towers, and it seemed like one of the members came back, and it looked like he was tempered. So I'm assuming that's probably what they were talking about. One of the people who were tempered to work on the construction of the Imperial Palace. So perhaps those towers are a way to temper the people into working, perhaps. If you're curious to know what I'll be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Kryl and I have no more than a hypothesis. Alright. Let's go to Alamigo. I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the Amalja abductions. It'd be no more mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the towers first appeared. Although I was only in Revenant's Toll for a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink with Flamen. Spring water only. It being a flying visit. The Royal Menagerie is still close to civilians, and Daniel and his pets certainly left their mark. While we may safely assume that the Talaferoi are behind the works being carried out in the Imperial Palace, we can only guess at their purpose. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see thee all hale and whole. As we are to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger, I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, if it isn't Alphinaud and his merry band. Oh, Arnvald. Arnvald, whatever are you doing here? We spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you were away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd grown a bit taller after the whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you're all well aware. May I remind you that we Alizin are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great oryx such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Oh, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I needed to open the gate and stuff and help people out, but we're back. Everything is all good. I'm sweating. Jeez. How are y'all doing? Hi. Okay. We're gonna start right now, but I'm gonna drink some water first. Okay, let's continue. Set a marker here. And may I remind you that we Alizin are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great oryx such as yourself will crane your neck and meet my eye. Yeah, give it like 10 years. This is basically them saying that, oh, we're gonna continue making expansions and we're still gonna look the same, even though like no set disclosed amount of time has passed. We're still gonna look the same later on in later expansions. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbrita towered over me nonetheless. Arnval brings out the best in Alphinaud, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this mean it has something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? So if you didn't do the side quests, specifically like some of the level 80 job quests, are involved in Fordola are kind of teaming up together. If Fordola is going with him, then that must mean... My apologies. As Arnval rightly pointed out, we only have a meeting to attend to. Let us be about it. Hopefully we'll get a voice cutscene, because my voice is really dry right now. That's a lot of people.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Yeah.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
It looked like it.
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
Maybe we should investigate it, me and Arnvald and Fordola. That's right, Arnvald and Fordola have the echo. That was a little detail that they were going like, oh, if Fordola is also going with Arnvald, then that must mean... Okay.
But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers.
Why though?
Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first.
Mm-hmm.
Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
That's me. Ah, yes.
What?
Yeah, these guys didn't know that these two were working
Resistant to primal
together.
influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvald?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Yeah, this is why I'm really kind of gung-ho about doing the side content on stream, because just not missing side content in general, because there's like little hints and like little like little bits of food that you could just enjoy to the main overall picture, like the job quests, and showing that these two were working together. Because like, it really pays off now that seeing them here together after kind of knowing that context of doing those side quests before. Okay. Accept that the numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory. To only send 2. With small talk hereafter, look elsewhere. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. Yeah, I'm still sweating.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolver and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
I have a sudden feeling of dread. Why do I have the feeling that he's not going to make it out?
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
I'm kind of worried now. Hi, Allie. I'm kind of worried. They're having this whole cutscene like, are you sure, Arenvold? It's a big decision to make. Don't worry, I shall be fine, Alphanode. Here, fist bump. They're really kind of milking the whole, like, be safe out there. I'm just really, really kind of nervous right now. But yeah, welcome in.
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
Will we be going with them? I wonder. Probably, right?
Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Arnvald's gonna die. Oh my god. That kind of cemented it.
I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a Scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
They have done this before. They have done this before. I remember, I think it was Lise who said, and then one day we'll all look back on this at the Rising Stones and share a drink or two, and then someone does not make it out alive. I'm onto your patterns, video game. I am onto you. Okay. This is the stream where I basically go insane from paranoia.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me?
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
Actually, he is 16. But yeah, I get your point.
No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this Lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Why was that at the bottom? Anyway.
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Oh my god. I'm just imagining a Stinian running at full speed. Like, very fast.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
I'm just imagining, like, Estinian's just running, like, lance in hand. He's running, and, like, behind him are just two little Lalafels, Tataru and Krell, just running after him. And catching up with him, too, at full speed. It's like, hey, get over here. We have a job for you. He's like, get away from me. Just picturing this tall Alizim man running scared from two Lalafels chasing after him is just so funny. Oh yeah, we also got an airship last time.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryle and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Oh, Gra's coming with us. Alright, one quest down. Alrighty. So, I'm gonna take another ad break, because, or not another ad break. I'm gonna take the first ad break because I didn't get a chance to run ads that time earlier. So I do apologize for another break, but yeah, let's run ads. We'll come right back and we'll continue with MSQ. So be right back. Okay, hello, we're back. Let's talk to everyone. I get the impression Arval is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He would have been grateful Alphinaud was there to see him off. Stinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. His was another name that featured prominently in the history books. It'd be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. Here be dragons. Alphinaud is keen to track down Estinian. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Ishgard. I've only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. See the place in all its former, forgive me, in all of its original glory is a tantalizing prospect indeed. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. And if he's half the man Alphinaud claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps I'll do a fit of feigning while I'm at it. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Gra and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Timea can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well, let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. Also, this is the first time in a long time since Alphinaud has seen Estinian, too. I think I should begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory. So perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may well have heard the news of our friend's return. Hello, Firm Albert. I love that name. Hi, Lucia. It's been a while. Good morrow to you, Warrior Flight. Lord Amaric sent word that you will be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search for him. To what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware if Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. As I expect you remember, he is not wont to come and go as he pleases. Niappi came seeking an audience with Lord Amaric, only to find him absent. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Maybe he's, in the, Lord Tom's Manor, perhaps. Just visiting, I guess. I don't know. Not yet. Sir Justinian is every bit as elusive as Urianger suggested.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphinaud goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
There he is.
First the Scions coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
I'm not gonna do that every time, just this twice. Okay. Hi, buddy.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Oh no. Alphinaud.
Too long.
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphinaud. Quieter, though.
Rest in peace,
Have you been giving him
Justinian.
lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphinaud!
Did Alfie ever tell him he had a sister?
If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ah! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
This is definitely a good first impression, by the way. Uh-huh.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Oh my god. Who are these people?
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting.
Best cutscene ever. Yeah.
Estinian! It's been too long.
Wait, did he ever tell him he had a sister? A twin sister?
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
Yay, they're reunited.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphinaud would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
He found his bros. Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had. I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. Well, you can't keep him all... What? Do the second option. Bros, never mind. Well, I think he learned how to talk with people, not at people.
I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Tiamat.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation?
Yeah, that's right, she did summon him.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I mean, it's a honest mistake, honestly. But again, they probably...
Admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
I mean, yeah, like, those two definitely get that a lot, so I kind of understand, like, why she's so mad about it. But yeah. Also, I do like the kind of subtle team up between Graha and Alize too, considering like the kind of like the comedy that we've seen at the end of 5.3 between those two, and then during the MSQ as well before that as well, with the X arc. And we're back. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie in prison, the great Tiamat among them. It's been quite some time since last I set foot in Azisla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently, and I suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Alas not, we have no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Timaea's the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us who have met Tiamat face to face. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Elegant Empire. Let's just say it helps that Midgar Sormer was able to introduce me. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Elegant Empire. Ever since the end of the war with Mericidia, yes? To have been held captive for so long. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels towards resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see, and the original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat may have forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Oh, pizza. We get pizza. A simple but satisfying dish of thinly worded dough topped with tomatoes and cheese, baked in a wood-fired oven over until crispy. We get pizza. The Azure Dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of dragons. Yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. Her grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. The Ascians who taught Tiamat the secret of summoning, even as they supplied the Elegans with the means to capture primals. So much suffering, all by design. Stinian is ready to lead the way to Tiamat. Tiamat awaits. This way. So this is one of the 7 Grey Worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. Resigned to her fate though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat, which she only led us. To think man is responsible for all of this, and so much else that dragonkind has suffered.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her. Not the faintest stirring. Save the dragons and Mericidia, our children.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead,
Coils.
existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Coils. Whoops. Yeah, she is mad.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong. nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Snosk anta in Dramon.
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
I think he's helping her.
Santalan infan antosk. Kous lent an. Ale o esk an in. Ale kum ak in.
You who contend with icons can now well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul.
So she was tempered as well, apparently.
But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Perhaps.
Snoska Dramon kin. Nestra in. Illes I. Nesh an. And ala.
Were I to lose myself with the icon's influence, all would pay the price.
Unmik. Nalstra ul an. Antal an. Smon. Tahi an.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Usk she's in.
Mm-hmm.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Are we gonna finally free her? Also, with Grahatia here, he might be able to undo the shackles too, because it was last time too that he was able to like access the terminals here in Azisla with all of the elegant knowledge that he remembers. So perhaps he could like power down this machine and release her, perhaps. Maybe that's why he's here. For the debt I owe to Heidelin and all who have suffered from my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Smile. Yeah, Tiamat is a Heavensward Lucen. It won't make up for what she suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. I confess, my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears appears to have had the desired effect. Yeah, he was helping her. It would seem she still has some pride after all. Let us see if she's as good as her word. While proxies have shown to be effective in curing the temper, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She's far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we'd be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we could find that information here? Why yes, we can. We can indeed. The Elegants kept detailed records of all their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave this to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphinaud and Tomei are here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you are ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of the star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work is done, we can trade tales over a pot of Totaro's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. He really does not like Tataru for owing any favors to her. It's so funny. Can we just fetch an orb? True. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes, we're familiar with it. The Etherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Why? Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Uriange, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference of not only memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions. Having identified me as being one of royal blood, and armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed, we'll take good care of it. To the flagship then. I'm assuming we're gonna have to fetch orb here. The restraints may have mitigated the effects of her tempering. Tiamat has been a thrall to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung on to her reason through it all says a lot of her strength of will. More than a lot. Alize and I shall remain here and attend to the necessary preparations. In the event the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. I'm kind of surprised Mangar Zomer hasn't made an appearance. Unless he's still weakened by the Omega shenanigans, perhaps, but... For those that didn't do Omega, I wonder what the reason is, perhaps. I'd rather leave these elegant contraptions to you and Alphinaud. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we've learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Obstreperous node. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Clamorous node. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safer distance. One of them set the swarm of mechanical Vilekin to plague me. I must have angered it. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did, a node which smelled like burnt hair. No. I found a way to activate mechanical sentries if that's any help. Yes, a chirping node was spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it's indeed the node in which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let's take a closer look. How did the elegants tell these godforsaken things apart? As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue it instructions. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. Okay. No one knows when a small portion of royal elegant blood might come in handy, which is why Graha Tia keeps his vessel about his person. New user detected, commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. Useful user identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Timeaquios. Alphanode Levier. Estinian Warmblood. Let's pick on Alphanode. Alphanode Levier. But that's just confusing. As amusing as you may find my name, I must ask that you use Tame Aqueous, please. Username change. Welcome to... Damn it. Welcome to Tame Aqueous. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Error. Unable to disregard restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. How long is that gonna take? A system update? What do you suppose it's asking of us? I could hazard a guess. To smash it to pieces. No. I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I could say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I'm unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This is running on Windows Vista, so I need to upgrade it to Windows 11. If the Elegans ran Windows, it would take a few hours. Yeah, the Elegans are on Windows Vista. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once has it received the requisite system update, as far as I could tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. I am not caught up on the current technological terms, for I am a fan of a fantasy lance-wearing dragon man. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we'll fare better with guidance than without it. Yeah, Stinian is totally out of his element. Like in normal fantasy, like, he is a fantasy man, a lance-wielding fantasy man who fights dragons. And this is like futuristic stuff. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these elegant devices seem so easy. I do not know what possessed the elegance to surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact that they remain while their creators do not speaks volumes. For vengeance. The restrainment node stands poised to lend a hand, figuratively speaking. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Where is this? The flagship terminal. Oh, right there. Oh, it just took a while to load in. Don't look at me. This is a task for you and Alpha Node. Access granted to user Tame Aqueous and her adolescent Alizan companion. Master Aqueous' other companion is deemed potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privilege under further notice. This terminal appears to be similar to the one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let's hope it'll be equally helpful. Let's see, according to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask what version you are employing? Why software version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time to require for update, 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Are there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of a system update. My instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it'll change all that much, as long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies. I dare say we will be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes it does. However, require that I am here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. Might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I'll be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. Before we go any further, there's something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Elegant Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was that same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you try to reach out to them instead. You find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him, too? Certainly, after I wipe the smile off his face. I don't know, he doesn't seem like the type. But, sure. Certainly, after I wipe the smile off his face. I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. Perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. It has ever been your way. As I have learned, we have journeyed together with Ice Hot. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may become a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you dealt the killing blow. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Good to know. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, may I suggest we rejoin the others. I gotta go. Sadly, I have to work tonight. Okay. Thank you for being here, Allie. Yeah, the VOD will be here once I'm done. So you can just watch it afterwards. But take care. Hopefully work goes efficiently and quickly. Alright. Peace. Take care. Glad I could see the arguably best cutscene in the game. Yeah. I'll probably clip that afterwards. I cannot deny the logic in Estinian's argument, given all that is at stake. Even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of us all. Warning, releasing dragon restraints may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. Okay, let's go. I play the bass in a band, so when I do make a mistake, it's not very noticeable to people with no musical background. Kiggy. Says the spirit vessel proved useful after all. Excellent. But this Fandaniel truly is without reason or creed. He is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but be ready to do what is necessary. Stinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alpha Node's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were talking off to Nodes, Graha and I learned as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. My readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. Difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether, which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case in tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it will very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alpha Node to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampers. It's really hard to talk today just because my mouth is dry and my throat is dry because it's really hot today. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Also, typically I talk pretty fast too, so... Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Allag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall the past, we may be able to speed up her recovery. Timea, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation I knew of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Allag first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounty. Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Fascinating, this correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar Rarusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear, if she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived to our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we had held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Is that a Mamolja? On the right side? Looks like some kind of... Or unless the angle is wrong, perhaps. I don't know. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing even more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem. Soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. The Scions, probably. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presided over the affairs of men. The land knew peace once more. Or no, they went to the dragons to kind of control, basically like to control things. Tone down the violence. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alex slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Scions. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Scions together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Keep going, Alize. The magic is working. Okay. Slowly but surely, the magic is working, aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. Alright. I did have to snooze the ad there, but I think we're gonna take a break here and continue afterwards. So I shall be right back. Alright, hello guys, we're back. And so, let us continue. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for training a great worm. But we're close, I could feel it. Well, I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give. With yours and Graha, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's this music. You know shit's gonna go down when this music plays.
No! I'm almost there!
We got you.
This is it, Angelo!
Es ließ an. Mich es tai.
The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Task in Santal Ankin in way.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Ankin.
My children.
Slosk an ol fol kail an. Slosk seth som in an.
Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know. And I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in an
Now hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
There she is. Finally.
Bahamut an
My beloved.
Uljas. Ul asa.
Revengement and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
She's free. Just in time.
He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Stinian riding a dragon. Badass. Yeah, the restraints are finally gone. I'm really glad and happy that they did tie this loose end up in From Heaven's Word. Also, I can't land here, which kind of makes sense. Whee! Okay. I don't want to drop frames because of that. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wise to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Flames of War. With Lunar Bahamut bound for Pagalthan, Grahatia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. I have sent word to the others. We rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let's contact Alphino and be on our way. Oh, just like that we're here. That's convenient. Alright. As I'm sure you recall, our involved in Fordola were bound for Pagalthan. I pray that they have not come to any harm. By happy coincidence, Kral and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us of Lunar Bahamut's return. There is much to discuss, but it will have to wait. If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight. Now I'm ready for anything. First a spate of abductions, and now an attack on the Amalja homeland. What do the Telephoroi aim to achieve in all this? Of the foe we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Amalja cost us our brief chance of victory. Now I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telephoroi have other plans. Pagalthan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin as their head. Well now, given the failure of peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Ulta has not abandoned the Amulja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Hey, Papa Sean. Your Grace. Marshal Terrapin has made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom vowed in favor of intervention. Nor is Ulta alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagathon. Yet even with our combined strength we shall sorely be tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amuljas showed signs of tempering. Strange, what Primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may very well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that's true, anyone could fight him, and Tamea and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through the mere force of arms. The aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you're ready to take the field. An airship awaits you to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you're able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces, till next we meet. May the Trial bless and keep you. It's kind of her to speak with us personally. You would be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her Grace requests, lest we forget or are involved in Fordola or on Pagathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship then. Airship landing, right? Lest thou wonder, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition, and completed my own preparations. I trust thou cannot say the same of thine. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Teleporoi would move to attack the Amulja. Van Daniel's objective is death and destruction. One of the city-states would surely have been a better target. No, they have some other agenda, one encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Do you think Justinian and Tiamat have already reached Pagathon? Ah, but I should know better than to speculate in the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. Given what we know, some, or perhaps even all, of the Imperial soldiers may have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that. But they would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. It is not impossible if the Telephorai redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower at the front line. If so, this may all turn out to have been to Arnvold and Fridola's benefit. So the Telephorai have constructed buildings capable of tempering, and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? What indeed? Greetings, we've been expecting you. Say the word and we should depart for Plegathon at once. Dungeon! Is this the last dungeon of Shadowbringers? Don't answer that. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Let's get our food. Okay. NPCs. Let us bring Thancred,
Our
Urianger,
fates are not yet sealed.
and Graha.
I stand ever ready.
Alright. So, let's set a marker and begin Peglathon. Considering that each patch content has a dungeon in it, I'm wondering if 5.56 will have one too. That's why I didn't want to like confirm it or not. There they are. Shall torment my children no longer. Alright, let's go.
Thy time has not yet come.
As could we get the Thanalan music too?
Thy time has not yet come.
Also, me and Graha are double black mages. Let's go.
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
Some Garlemald. to breathe.
Prepare yourself!
Seat of the Immortus power doth lie beyond this valley. Up is here. This way, allies, comrades. Oh, it's the, kobolds.
Allow me.
It's just a straight gauntlet of battles. So we're like the fourth one already. Most impressive. Ooh, there's the tower. Zolmax Citadel. Not your average dragon by the looks of it. Crit, get away from me. Oh, I see. The lightning has been redirected. I see.
Keep your guard up. I shall protect you. Allow me.
That's a lot of bone stacks. Thank you. Rude. Thank you. Okay, so don't run into the next orb next to it.
Allow me.
Alright. Nice. In death may you find the peace you were denied in life. Screenshot.
What took you so long?
Is that the Azure Dragoon?
The Amalja are in trouble. Let's split up.
Incredible.
SHB.
I shall fly to their aid. Right. This is such a cool concept for a dungeon. It's nice that they're kind of going back to like the old areas in Thanalan. Because I believe this is beyond Saharak in I think it's Central or Southern Shroud, or Southern Thanalan perhaps. Also, Tiamat just flying above us. Our presence is yet required in the city. Arrive at the Scalekin Pen.
Oh, no, you don't.
Good job, Estinian. Get him, Tiamat. Shall free thee from thy pain. in Central Thanalan? Huh. Thanalan. Okay. Oh, Lucia's here. Lucia. And Damaric. So all of the Alliance members are here, probably. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, because we saw the kobolds too. Such strength. Incredible. I went the other way, didn't I? I'm an idiot. I'm going back. Whoops. I can assure you guys, this is not the first time that's happened before in a dungeon. And it'll probably not be the last time either. So I'm assuming follow the glowy tower then, I guess. Where was I going? Okay, there's a blue thingy over there. I'm assuming that's where we need to go. Holodeck Predator. Crustus Accursed War Machine. Mobile Fortress.
Allow me.
The way is clear strike at the enemy's heart. Leap onto the fortress to destroy the core.
Stubborn. Keep your guard up.
Reactivating Magitek Field. Avoid the missiles, I'm assuming. chaotic. Ouch. Also, of course you guys dodged the limit break, because of course you did. The flames will clear the way. Prepare to strike again. Let's do that again.
Protect me.
God, that was annoying. You fight well. Our brethren will hear of your brave deeds. The enemy's assault is on the city hath been thwarted. Yeah, that was kind of annoying. Huh. That's kind of cool. Alright, where do we go? Arrive at sunset. I will call unto my children. That icon waveth in the heavens, my child shall bear thee to him. Oh. One sec. Okay, so Imperials and Amolja. This was beyond Thanalan? Wow. Okay. That's cool. We're flying with Tiamat. Drifting encampment. Many thanks. For the Empire. Oh, it's Lunar Bahamut. There it is. You bow down to none.
Thy time has not yet come.
Okay. Last boss. Oh, we're actually fighting Lunar Bahamut. No. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna snooze another ad. First, let me get this. Lunar Bahamut in the flesh. I'm gonna actually make a G pose. You guys get out of here. Yeah, that's a cool shot. I know I'm milking this and I just hit another an ad, but whatever. Okay, we'll just take this very quick. Alright, I'm done. Onward, friends. Lemon Aether coalesces into lunar nails.
Stubborn.
Akmorn.
I shall protect thee.
Ouch. Towers.
Allow me.
Oh no.
Allow me.
That's a new effect. Ouch. Twisted Scream. Alright, nails. Oh, you guys.
Stubborn.
What's this? Ouch. Thank you. Giga Flare. Starstorm. guys. And GG. That was fun. Yeah, goodbye. G freaking G. Oh, hi guys. Alright, good dungeon, really fun. Wee haha. Alright. Our allies have steered well clear of the tower for good reason. Those kobolds certainly know how to handle themselves. The Amalja will not soon forget this day. Hopefully Tiamat's wounds are not too severe. Is that the last time we've seen a Bahamut? Our efforts may have helped. Let's go back. Our efforts may have helped Arnvold and Fordola escape. Okay guys, I did need to snooze ads, so we're gonna take an ad break now while we overlook the tower, but we'll come back and we'll see what happens afterwards. So, I'll be right back. Okay guys, hello, we're back. Alright, we just finished the dungeon. It was a really good dungeon. And let's go investigate this tower. So let's head out. I'm still impressed I did not drop any frames there throughout the visual effects and stuff. The shade of my beloved is no more. I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds we're set free, and free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Ascians. This I vow. Nod.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
You'd make peace with Ulda, then. You would make peace with Ulda, then.
The enemy enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
Yay.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
Kobolds, Amalja, Sahagin, I'm assuming too.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Shouldn't we investigate that tower up there first? Or... yeah. Sometime earlier, inside the Pagothian Tower, is that an Amalja?
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Nope. These are their captives.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
Did summoning? Ifrit.
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Oh. Yeah, good job leaving it at that then, game. That's really good. Thank you. The day is won. There's no small part to thy valor. The Talaforoi are far from defeated. Be it as they may, 'tis only right we rejoice in Lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. Take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between men and Amalja. One has to start somewhere. Tiamat did all she promised and more to this day, but I doubt she will be satisfied. She will fight on in defense of her children, wherever so they may be. To see the Amalja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zune of the Crystarium. I pray that our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully Arenvald will use the opportunity to get in and out undetected. While it would be too much to hope that we had seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and this alone is cause to celebrate. Celebrate I will when we receive word of Arenvald's safe return. About that, actually. about that, actually. When the dust settles, Alphinaud is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded with the Sultana. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss today's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave Scions. Oh, there they are. With that I could treat you to hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Monastery. Your Grace. Oh, Your Grace, whatever is the matter. Our troops withdrew from Paglathon. They came upon 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I've yet to hear a full recount. It seems one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded. Was dragged away by the other. Arnvald. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Can you tell us aught of Arnvald's condition, Your Grace, the wounded scout? Not save that it is grave. The chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Timea, Astinian, would you mind going after Alphinaud? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Peglathon. Come on then. Ruby Road Exchange? Maybe? Well, either way, I'll probably use an Aetherite, perhaps. See where it is. Husting Strip. Oh, right there. Alchemist Guild. Instead of standing here gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Please tell me something. Anything. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Dameliet is attending to him as we speak. Be so kind as to wait. What did Master Dameliet say? Tell me his exact words. Enough, Alphinaud, this isn't helping. But you're right, forgive me. We said our farewells to Ardenville. I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait. If not die, then something was going to happen to him.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Probably for the best. Like, he is safe here.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light.
Mm-hmm.
People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Mm-hmm. That woman, she plays at scorn, but her eyes are filled with sorrow. Sorrow deep enough to drown in. Let's comfort him. Yep. I know. There's more than I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragment Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. The three of you will be joining them. We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
Okay, so he has another one.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within.
Okay, so that's what they do.
Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns.
Now what?
Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities.
So if Arenvald triggered that in that tower with the Emolja, then assuming they probably all got triggered that way and summoned their own primals at the same time.
For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
They are primals though, but the Grand Companies, is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut.
We did.
On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Okay, we're gonna have another rest period, so I'm assuming we're maybe near the end of the patch, perhaps? Alright, whole mess of people to talk to. If there is no reason to linger, I will take my leave. Alphino knows only too well sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict. But knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared some adventures with Arnvold, have you not? And I shall say no more. With the secrets of the towers thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh now on new import. Fail in this, and our enemy shall punish our negligence with a plague of primals. Amidst this great push for peace with the beast tribes, we would do well to remember that our old prejudices yet remain. It is a delicate political dance, and I do not envy the Sultana her task, nor any alliance leader. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the Grand Companies have quite the task on their hands. Regardless of her Grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist in the endeavor. Remind me to mention it to Tataru, would you? Though we've won our first battle against the Telephoroi, and made significant discoveries to boot, the war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for what lies ahead. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's time we return to the Rising Stones. That includes you, Alpha Node. Arnvold is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about in the infirmary. Let us retire then we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Kryl know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging that with the time available. Be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryl in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. Got him. If I would refuse, she would only pursue me. Again, Estinian running full speed, and behind him 2 Lalafels chasing after him. Keeping up with him. Let's get this over with, shall we? Okay. Rising Stones. cutscene. The music just stopped abruptly.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Gee, that sure sounds familiar, doesn't it, Astinian? Ishgard. Non-intervention.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
Oh, you were looking into that particular thing.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
That was a long time ago. Like, wasn't that literally the time after we finally restored our crystals thanks to Mikar Somer's little game in Heaven's Word? Yeah, I think that was like the last time we talked to her was after we got our 6th crystal in Ozzy Slaw, and we established her connection with her. Yeah, that was a question I was wondering too, like, why haven't we spoken with Hydaelyn in such a long time? We've gone through patch Heavensward, Stormblood, patch Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and then post-Storm Shadowbringers here. It's been a long time. That day in the Crystarium. Near the end of the Dragonsong War.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the first, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark. History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Maybe we should actually, like, us ourselves, like, maybe, like, meditate or something and try to, like, to contact Hydaelyn.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I'm able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Rean. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number.
We asking him to join us?
And so I must ask you again. Will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear.
And yet we continue on.
But you bear it willingly. As you have shown me, some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Yeah, and literally, I'm on the team, and I literally saved your life. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
All right, guys, give him the Welcome to the Scions t-shirt, club t-shirt.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Good luck. Yeah, I can just imagine Tatru running into the other room, getting the Welcome to the Scions t-shirt, giving it to Estinian. He's like, I will join your cause, but I am not wearing that embarrassing t-shirt. Shut up and put it on. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... That's a lot of weapons. A lot of uniquely designed weapons.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
What is it? Sephiroth's Masamune, the long sword? That'll be cool if he used Sephiroth's sword. That'll be fun. Alright, let's talk to everyone. Alphanode? Or Estinian? If you needed my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation for the next battle. And ask that Lalafell woman again. I will not wear the t-shirt. But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with the East Aldenar Trading Company of Kugane, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some Sundred's squid. I don't seem to be able to find it in these parts. Okay. Sure. If I am to pursue this course, I must be prepared for all the hardships that lie ahead. Though we know not the full extent of the Terraforroy's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence above all else. For therein lies the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. It strikes me as odd, rather than marching on one of the city-states, the Terraforroy made so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they go to the trouble of putting up all those towers if they're all they had in store for us. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the forum's notice. I would like to think they would be receptive to Krell's request for cooperation in investigating the matter. Unfortunately, their reputation would suggest otherwise. No one can deny that Heidelin's blessing has been a good boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything we have learned from our encounters with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. Amidst all the fighting, it's easy to forget what we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat, for heaven's sake. You will tell me if I become insufferably smug, would you? Because the way things are going, it feels like a definite possibility. Let's talk to everyone else. Set Coltinet and the others to be our eyes and ears in the field. Whenever the Teroporoi appear next, we'll be among the first to know. Alize has been teaching me how to cure tempering with a porksy. I must say the thought of being in such close proximity to one's afflicted is rather daunting. I'm keeping a good eye on the towers and telling the others to do the same. Of course, I don't mean just the Scions. Got a whole network of scouts to keep me informed. Although Arnvold and I both served as Scions, I'm afraid that I have few opportunities to speak with the lad. I do hope he is fit to return to active duty soon. When the tower rose up in Yangsha, my first thought was to stay in Doma to keep my grandfather safe. When we heard the news of Bahamut's return, he bid me to return to Rising Stones to aid my fellow Scions. He sends his regards, by the way. Okay, Aner. How you doing? Hoary Bulger certainly cut a fine figure as he set off on his latest mission. I was sad to see him leave, and my nights will be lonelier with just the one brother to keep me company. Yeah, Timaeus just looking at the camera was like, this bitch. Like, do you see that? Like, Aner says something perverted, and then Timaeus like, really? Really? Okay. I have way too much fun with this game. Okay, I think we're talk to you. Well, looks like I'll be having a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. When it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future. For every foul fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you, it's the least I can do to support the Scions who risk life and limb, like poor Arnvold. I just wish there was something we could do for him. We just had to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles now, would it? That's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be first to know. .5 done. Not for naught. When the dust settles... Okay. So Alize has the next quest. We're gonna pause early here, take a break, then we'll come back and we'll start 5.56, I think. And I'm assuming this patch is gonna be shorter than the other ones, so we might get credits today, which is awesome, and I'm excited to see. But yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you guys, as always, for tuning in. But we'll be right back. I'll run ads, and we'll start 5.56. Okay, guys, hello. Are we excited? Are we excited? I know I am. We're gonna start is it 5.56 or 5.6? I think it's 5.56 is what the patches are called. But yeah, let's start then. The company we keep. Alize can tell you you're itching to take the fight to the Teloporoi. Timea, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you came hoping for tidings from Krell, I'm afraid we're still waiting. We do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been propping up all over the place. The Alliance has the situation well in hand. thanks in no small part to Hori Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the allied societies are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Ulda's progress with the Amulja, Gridania has opened up negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, with the Telepharoi still out there. It's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. We're just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments, and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telepharoi, in concert with our new allies. Allied societies have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all of them together into the fold for a single stroke, an ambitious plan given the delicacy of the negotiations. Mayhap an expedient one considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. As for their part, I am told they have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. Nod. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance will be honored to participate. She'll make for Alamigo without delay. Now bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Ustola lead our contingent. Given how long you've worked to end summoning, it's only right you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we all played our part in our little endeavor, don't you, Tanea? All present may rightfully claim a seat, I do agree. But by your leave, I believe we shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Amarek will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then, while those of a mind to hold up the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we? Alright, Stinky, what do you have to say? Do not worry, I have no plans to return to roaming in your absence. I know you'd only chase me if I did. Uh-huh. I shall take this opportunity to gather a better understanding of Sir Estinian. Being Alizin of like age, it's possible we have interests in common. Mayhap I should begin by lending him a favorite treatise or two from my collection. Oh boy. Don't forget to bring me something nice from Alamigo. There they are. Huh, I suppose I am, and the fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. Honestly, the look on your face, you're to bear witness to another historic moment by any chance. I suppose I am, and the fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. By the way, guys, as a reminder, I did add a new emote to my collection. It's the Graha, a goofy face that I added from last stream. This is a tier 1 sub, just as a heads up, because I wanted to keep my other free emotes. But okay. Even with the swift intervention of the Immortal Flames, all too many lost their lives at Pegathan. Still, closer cooperation between our peoples will be required if we are to thwart the plan of the Telophori. Like the city-states, every tribe has its factions, each with their own agenda, making peace a complex proposition. If the Alliance can come to an understanding with its leaders, it will be for them to resolve internal politics. The Amalja cannot be the only tribe to have been targeted by the Telophori, and none of them have taken kindly to their people as enslaved, nor their gods turned against them. I'm expecting you. With some few guests yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you when? These chairs are uncomfortable. Frixio, nice to see you.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
Lord Hian's here too.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
Wow. Prior to that, I was gonna say, the Mughals and the Namazu are not with us, so, considering I did do those Allied Society quests, I'm a little sad, they're not here with us. Like, if we actually, like, did those quest lines and helped them out, that would have been such a sight to see them be with us as well, but I understand why they didn't, because, like, the requirements to get those extra, Allied Society, tribes, does take some work, but anyway.
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little pretty without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
This is such a cool thing to see. This is like such a huge payoff to ever since we started the game. And these
It's
two...
taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that mean Filio were here to see it?
Yeah, these two, Thancred and Thanalan, Ishtola and Lenosha, and then Elise in the Shroud with Papalymo. Made such progress.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
So where is the ether
Promising
coming
proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the Scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Me? Call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. I would call it, one moment please. I don't like the word Grand Company. I honestly like Allied Societies better. I don't know, I kind of don't like the name Grand Company of Eorzea. I would call it, one moment please.
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
Grand Company.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
I'm conflicted on this, honestly. I don't like the name. I don't.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Huh.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
It's what he wanted. Also, thinking back, yeah, Grand Company of Eorzea. Yeah, it was what he wanted, because I just remembered a Realm Reborn. Yeah, before the Crystal Braves. Yeah, that's what he wanted to call it. I just remembered. So yeah, it kind of makes sense, I guess, but okay. Yeah, that was one detail I completely forgot about until like now, just because he did want to call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. You've won over the leaders, now the leaders must win over their own people. No small task I grant you. You've come a long way since first we joined with Midfilia to bring an end to the summoning. A long, long way. The Grand Company of Eorzea. I believe what Rio and the other former Crystal Braves will make of it. Forgive me for observing, but Alphanode seems less than jubilant. Might his thoughts still be occupied in the fate of poor Arvinvald. And good job on Alizé for suggesting it. It's a pity it took the threat of annihilation for everyone to cast their grievances aside. Better late than never, I suppose. Well, now that we're out of earshot for the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let's begin by saying that I've dreamed of this day since the moment I set foot upon these shores. That I was hardened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea place their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. At least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step. The first of many. Many and more. Elder Seatsier, how may we be of service? I seek Master Alphinode's assistance in the matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade. Better to predict the coming of primals, and so you'll be familiar with the Sylphs of Ashground Consortium. Through their dealings, they've cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as allied societies. It is our hope they may make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remains the certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. The Sylphs are to perform their task effectively. They will require the Council on one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the selfsame goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphanode. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life. The experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception, when intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. My plans all came to naught, built in a frail foundation of lofty ideals. The Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance. For what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, please share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadows of the Telophoroi and flourish. Till next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Aren't you joining me in seeking them out? As if you have to ask. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of former comrades, it'll be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. They may have Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account on the day's events. Should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. Alright. I take it we'll soon be playing a Sylphs a visit. How fascinating it will be to speak with them in person, though I gather conversation can prove rather challenging. It will not be easy to revisit the past, but sometimes one must look back to see the way forward. So what's the plan, brother mine? While discussing the task of hand, I should probably admit that the report I propose is largely written. Not long after the fateful day in Ul'dah, I planned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. Thus I primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. I made every attempt to be objective. The account was mine alone. Its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seemed to me to be the critical question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some of the members choose to remain with us, while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together, and that this knowledge might help us prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes, but the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As a former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. basically Yu Hase and Laurentius, right? Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character. So keep your wits about you and let us reconvene at Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I begin to mind to speaking with Rio and Alien. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castro Morians. Let's seek them out there. So 5.4 we went to Lenosha, 5.5 we went to Thanalan, and now we're probably gonna do some Gridania stuff here. Such briefings are seldom exciting affairs. Their importance in coordinating our efforts with our allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Alien and Real have been the most dependable. I didn't expect to see her, Timea, but if you enjoy intelligence briefings, you come to the right place. I'm a bit sad because why haven't these two been given an official voice yet? Like, considering how long they've been with us, why haven't we given the B Squad Scions voices? It's kind of weird, honestly. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Rio will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors of our midst. In my negligence, I was captured along with many others. We were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I had hoped to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I'm able. That wasn't my only reason. When we finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. In spite of everything that's happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you if you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed. I still strive to live to it by this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hori Boulder to Mistress Tachiru, we've all got us something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain. Because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me. Timea, could you... give us your thoughts on the Crystal Braves. While its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make us a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. ours was quite a disparate band. And while I'll never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons. Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions, who might look like ragtag band of misfits. But deep down, we all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? As Tachiru sifted out all of the glory. All of the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see, while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we're all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion, refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Till we meet again. Company we keep. After the company of heroes went their separate ways, I did work on me own for a bit. And I admit it was nice being able to pick up me own battles. But if you want to make a real difference, you need to find a good crew and stick with them. Speaking of former Crystal Braves, I have not seen Irmgus as of late, constantly away on missions as he is. I wonder how he fares. Yeah, he was another Crystal Brave. We did see him a few times, but he just disappeared as the game went on. Alphinaud is keen to hear what Alize and Grahati have learned of the Braves who turned their backs on the cause. Well, I think we've taken enough of our colleagues' time, and I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. To make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. Bye, guys. I wonder how long this patch is. Don't answer that. Probably shorter than the other ones. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes for our conversation with Alien and Real. All that remains is to add Alize and Graha's findings, whatever they may be. When Alize sets her mind on something, there's no stopping her, and her mind was truly set on finding former Braves. For a while, I even feared what she might do to them, but in the event, she was admirably civil, for the most part. Thanks to Tachiru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so. We've heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphinaud, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I'll set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, go pray on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Alger Frixio. I'll be joining you anon. Leave me to attend my report and join the others. I shan't keep you waiting long. I know how playful the sylphs can be. Let's take the RP route. You sense the presence of a powerful mark. Huh. It's so nice flying through here. Though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Frixio and Alamigo, I did not have the opportunity to speak with them. I do hope my studies have granted me sufficient grasp of this people's customs. Now that I think about it, of the four of us, only you and Alphinote have any real experience with conversing with sylphs. Still, it can't be that hard, can it? Oh, just you wait. Ah, welcome, brave one and friends of brave one. How good it is to see walking once again so soon after the meeting. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It's true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one Kanesena said that walking ones were becoming a little soulless. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones. So these ones would be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. We require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telephorai. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide will be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, in quite a hurry it seems. Alize, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino, don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy, who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Krell has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? Wait, I could see why they want the Scions to be present, but us specifically. Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself. But when I inquired to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortuno Levier. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him... Quite, I gleaned from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be. Why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he's always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, whenever he writes to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Whenever we write to our parents, it's invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it's secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath am I to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. This one will not keep walking once for more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where our Elder Seedseer awaits even now. Let's be on our way. Alright, back to Gridania. Okay, Lotus Stem. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seats here and your friends are waiting within. We have not gotten a several cutscenes will play in sequence message just yet. I'm a little concerned when that's gonna be. After all this time away, it'll be good to see my father, even if it's an official meeting. 99 might seem like a rather lot of members, but before the Forum was founded, every person of age in Charlian was given equal say in the governance. Many of the institutions that are still active today were established by the people's vote. Not least the Studium, as Alize and I were constantly reminded during our time there. It's an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. During my time in Charlian, I heard much of Fortunato Levier. He's a gifted speaker, known amongst other things for the uncompromising application of foreign policy. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunato's visit took us by quite surprise. When the Alliance granted Mrs. Kryle's permission to request Charlian aid, we did not anticipate so prompt reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. The nature of the reply may be, we will soon discover.
Elder Seats here. I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortunato Levier, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortunato, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Amelius will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And
Yeah,
I
it's been a
believe I
while.
also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals.
1.0.
Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
So basically playing the Ishgard route of just not doing anything, just let other people fight and suffer while they just sit atop their golden thrones, basically.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphinaud is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline.
No, it taught them the wider picture of everything, not just confined to one small island.
But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. It is in your power to save us. Refuse and you condemn us all. To ignore the plight of those one might considerably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Ah, just use the Urianger quote.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphinaud, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Yeah, you won't stand anywhere.
Master Fortuneau, while Charlian may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Charlian's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait! Don't bother, Alize!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
It's not his fault. It's not so very long ago that we had a friend and neighbor in Charlian, and so I clung to the hope that we might yet lend us her strength. When she forsook Dravania, it would seem she forsook us all. It's basically the stubborn traditional ideals, basically from Ishgard too, from what happened with them. Just not helping the Alliance, staying within like their own borders and stuff. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of entire city-state. The refusal to aid us now is, I am sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. It is we who walk the path of ruin, time will tell. So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Teropheroi? And as for the rest? Like it or not, this was the Forum's decision, to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and he handed down their judgment. I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortuneau who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, for we shall face the Teropheroi without their aid. Forgive me, but there is no intention of if they have no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? I believe that's for me. Timea, has Master Fortuneau arrived yet? Then it's as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded to her case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they're hiding something from us? It may go some way to explain Master Fortuneau's performance. Or that he said he would know if the final days were truly upon us. I dismissed it as pride. But if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know. Something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telephroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of the experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but do not lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we could still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here when the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Well, there are one or two things to take care of here first. Sure. There are one or two things to take care of here first. After which, assisting me will seem a sweet relief, I'm sure. While you tend to matters heroical, I shall see about securing every entry for you all, and will let you all know when everything is in order. Take care in the meantime, would you? Your speculations give me cause to hope, yet if the seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it's possible the Charlians hide some secret truth from us, there could be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid. It falls to us alone to contend with the Telophori. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee we'll prevail. What does Charlian intend to do if we fail? Okay. That was a lot. For sure. We're gonna take one more break. I don't know how many quests I have left, but we'll pause for now. We'll come back. We'll see what happens next. So be right back. Alright, hello, we're back. We shall continue. Just gonna check very quick something. Nice. Okay. Death onto Dawn. Kane Senna seems determined not to let the disappointment of Charlian's rejection distract her from the task at hand. Final quest, I'm assuming. While Charlian's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There's much more to be done. I should begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking one. Grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones sent terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Zalfatal. Destroying Ones and captured Ones, even frightful godly Ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. Luckily, Destroying Ones were only passing through, continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Kurthus. My lady, the Guardians report that Telophori have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching speed. Though their purpose is yet to remain determined, the Cartineau Flats would seem the most likely destination. Lord Americ has already dispatched his forces and requested our immediate support. If you had drawn Grahatia singing, you could have named the icon Lady Anne Ra Lahi. Get out. I mean, that's true. That's true. Maybe if we have a cutscene with Grahatia singing, then I could use that as an icon. And then I could name it, Gralahi. Ivan, welcome in. How are you? Tell them he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartineau. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one will see all the walking ones know. Farewell. Capital. Pandaniel. Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. Shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartineau. Proceed your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady, let us away. Let's go. So there are 4 of us. I wonder if we're gonna unlock another dungeon. Maybe. I mean, we have enough people to possibly do it. Ah, Fordola's here. Come on, this will take a moment, alright? Timea, it would seem Fordola has come here all the way from Gordania to find us. I explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over soon if you shut up and come with me. Alright, what is it? Arnvald.
Arnvald! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
Oh no. Jeez.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you. just as you believe in them.
We carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too. Be sure to give your regards to the Telepori. Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
Come on, Alfie.
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing less for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphinaud and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
I really like these two when they're paired up together.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Oh boy, because of this kind of change in situation, yeah, if someone does like the summoner quests, the level 80 summoner quests after this cutscene, like, how's that gonna go? Because like it'll be awkward timing for sure. I rather doubt Fordola obtained the Kyrigian's permission before bringing Arnvald halfway across the realm. And solely to deliver a message at that. They both should have known better, but what's done is done. I'll not soon forget his words. After Pagathon, I assumed the Telephoroi would have continued to target settlements, but it's plain they considered Zalfatal a mere obstacle on the road to Cartineau. What then draws them to the flats? We must keep a close eye on their movements. Okay, let's... What do we want to eat here? Coffee biscuit. Alright. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphanerd's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartineau as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo. We must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. The airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the Battle of Cartineau, several cutscenes will play in sequence. There it is. I'm going to make a marker there. We have 48 minutes, so I think we'll be good. Just get some water here, hydrate. Alright guys, it's happening. Let's... your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you're defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Okay. Let's go. I'm assuming it's going to be a really long instance, so we have 48 minutes, so it should be fine.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear the Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Yep. Let's go. Progress of the battle will be saved at certain points. Be able to try again for the most recent of these. Listen well, friends, the Chalafaroi are sweeping across Cartineau. As for the Ascian, he is briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished, likely intends to watch events unfold. Thus far, the movements of the Lunar Primals have proven difficult to predict, even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Chalafaroi's plan may be, the Primals are our primary targets. Understood, they will not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
Hold fast.
Just keep on coming. See, they would overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I'll keep them occupied. The rest of you seek out the primals. Let us divide our forces so we may locate the primals more swiftly. Thankfully, Vistrola and I shall head east. Concentrate my efforts on the template. With luck, I should have the chance to cure some of them. Then I'll go west. Tamea, Alphino, come with me. Locate the Lunar Primal. This way. Good luck, Lucia. This is kind of similar to Gimlet Dark, which is pretty nice. Kind of similar vibes. Oh. As the Scions spread out across the field, Alisaie and Graha take the fight to the Chalafarai. That was a very cool narrative kind of change right there. Alisaie! There's so many of them. Okay. I won't be curing anyone at this rate. We'll have to incapacitate them first. For a cure. All enemies. Flesh. Okay, this is the melee combo. Invert flare. Okay. Alright, let's go.
Allow me.
tempering has gone too far to treat them here on the battlefield. This degree of physical alteration, I fear they are beyond help. Curios and I hate to see them in such pain. You see that their suffering is not prolonged.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Raha. Jesus, Graha. Your health. Alright, nice. It seems we earned a moment's respite. Then let us take this opportunity to cure the tempered. Send Angelo to cure the tempered. Oh, Angelo. This guy. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself, though I can see ethereal currents, and not thoroughly examine those that flow through the heart of Cartineau. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like the pillars of the Azim Steppe, but greater in scale, far greater. Oh. The glyphs that Fandaniel have conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and they're essentially triggering another calamity. Earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far as to cometh little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Defeat Lunar Odin, defend the ethereal confluence. As Is that Odin? So the time has come to pit my blade against his. Alright, Urianger next. Benefits. Lord of Crowns combo. Start. Damage style is increased. Expected Helios. Okay, healing over time. Gotcha.
I shall protect thee.
Fixed sign. Come on, Thancred.
My turn.
May the 12 guide you.
Shit. Alright, do it again. This will reset though, which is good. Come on. Resume from midway. Come on.
I shall protect thee. My turn.
May the 12 guide you.
I'm also shielding the confluence. It's nice that we have the Odin music too.
Away with you!
Come on, Thancred, come on.
The best defense is a good defense.
Oh, you stole it too. We also have bubbles. Odin is preparing to strike again. Stay out of his reach, but guarding the confluence may come first. We're at right there. This is tense. It's really, 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 really tense. Yet he stands, a glutton for punishment, it would seem. Okay, DPS him down. We got this. Awesome. Tia and Alizé prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. Ooh.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
Formidable opponent by all accounts. Alright, Graha, what do you have? Blizzard. Foul combo. Fire, 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 foul. Cure 2. Thunder. Prevents spellcasting, movement, and other activities by nearby enemies. Okay. So it follows us to protect the confluence from this fiend. To keep them from the confluence, but there's so many.
I have you now.
Fuck. Use break to defend the spirit. And then defeat them. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, try again. think the most annoying part of that whole thing is just waiting to redo the whole thing again, because like it takes forever just to load everything here in Gridania. But okay. Proceed. Okay, so use break to kind of freeze them. Come on, game. Rejoice in the glory of combat. A little close for comfort, but now's our chance. Oh. Forms lunar nails. Break. Damn it. Alize's attack has broken Ravana's defenses. There's definitely high stakes here. It's really tense, just trying to, like, do this correctly. Jeez. Alright, bye, Ravana. It is fun, though. In the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alpha and Stylian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit low. Our turn. Boss cleared. Defeat Lunar Ifrit and defend the Ethereal Confluence. Coming battle, you'll fight as Timea Aqueos, the one Arnold and Forjola encountered. This one is not to be taken lightly. Be on your guard. Ouch. Oh, the nails again. Smash them to pieces before it's too late.
You're finished!
Ooh, that was close. That was really close.
We must fight on.
Jeez, this. Find the opening. Never Wave of Malevolence forms Lunar Nails. Thank you. Will someone heal the Confluence, please? That would be nice. More nails. So just come to this.
Roar, Nidhogg! Roar! I have you now!
Lunar Ifrit has been weakened.
I will not be outdone!
It's time we ended this. And dead. Jeez. That was a lot. Thank you for the wee-ha. This jackass.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave Scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
I should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Of course. One battle at a time, we'll get there.
That
Agreed.
we will.
Moon. Onwards to Endwalker. And we did it. We did it. That was incredible. That was really good. G freaking G. Also more cool art. Congrats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Damn. That's amazing though that they would put the credits, just end it like after the end of a very tough instance like that, but yeah, that was amazing. Thank crit, our goat, our tank, Gaia, Lena. I honestly have no words. I don't know what to say. That's Shadowbringers, again, 10 out of 10. What else? I'm excited for Endwalker, for sure. I have so many plans for Timea, and excited to see more of the story, but like, thank you guys for hanging out, lurking, chatting, just being with me along for the ride. Like, I honestly I don't know what to say during this moment. I'm just really happy. Just thank you guys for being on the ride with me. I'm assuming there'll be more there'll be more like cutscenes and stuff afterwards, but we'll wait until the we see like the great art here, because this art is amazing. Jeez. Stinian Reapers. Art birds. our warrior goat. We're more denser now thanks to him, by the way. And Xenos and Fandaniel. Yeah, Shadowbringers was definitely an experience. It was... Like, you guys were not joking, like, jeez. I just waited till Shadowbringers. Like, you guys were correct on all fronts in regards to that. Just... I'm assuming now it's safe to skip, right? Because I do want to skip. The patch content was really, really good. The first half of it, of us trying to bring the Scions back to the source, was amazing. It was a lot of fun. There was a lot of fun dungeons. I cried a lot for Harek, too. I cried a lot specifically around Crystal Exarch and Grahatia. In the second half, kind of resolving the issue with the Temperance and us going to each of the three nations to help them out, with Glimpse first, Ulda, and then Gridania. Just incredible, incredible gaming and story for sure. Alright. When I was in the source, I should have checked up on Halric first, but we could check up on him next time. I think it's safe to skip now, correct? If anyone's out there, let me know. Okay, I'm gonna skip. So we'll skip here. Alright. Excellent. Let's talk to everyone. You should have seen my face when Lord Aymeric turned up on our doorstep. Did none of you think to send word he was bringing you home? The temperate that we're able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied that they're fully recovered, they will be free to return home. At the close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow it seemed more of a beginning than an ending. I recommend the Alliance keep a closer watch over Cartineau. The Telephorai may have failed in their attempt to destroy the Confluence this time, but there's not to stop them from trying again. The Cartineau Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the disturbance of ether that floweth through the region have led the Alligans to entomb Omega there? It's decent of Lord Aymeric to bear us home aboard his airship. The gods only know we would have squeezed this many people onto the Bonanza. Mighty though the enemy were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen. With few lunar primals to keep things interesting, the Garleans themselves ventured little and lot less. It's ever been the Empire's way to have others fight their battles, but even they would blush at the Telephorais' use of tempered slaves. The temperate that we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states. Okay. Is there anyone else around here? Just FME. Rising Stone has been a hub of activity between combating lunar primals and forging good relations with our new allies. Even our newer members have barely had a moment's peace. Okay. Aymeric. I'm gonna snooze another ad. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the pride of our Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Aymeric, and may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction. It afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend had been since last he took his leave. It would seem he finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi had been driven from Cartineau, 'tis like the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I'm confident we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor where the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. Given our expertise in the field of ethereology, we're better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and place for formal investigations, of course. Certain secrets are wont to hide while empowering individuals may venture. Could not agree more. There are none better suited to the task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you're able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to study the towers more closely, vital as they are plainly to the Telophoroi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we'll be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alpha Node, we need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manners of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum had been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortuno's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of ethereal knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Timea? Might you be persuaded to join us? An island of bookworms and bureaucrats? Have we other choice? Plot a course for Sharlayan. It means I can have words with Fortuno. Plot a course for Sharlayan. Here, it's time we laid bare the Telophoroi's dark designs. It appears we're on an agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I only have a creeping suspicion. With your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Death until dawn. You've learned the emote shush. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital, Ooh, Reaper. Xenos is a Reaper.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartineau came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Zodiac, right? The tower.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon.
It looks like Dalamud.
Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
That roar.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Makes sense.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes. And with it, the end.
Eidolon, right?
The fate of the star is in your hands.
Huh.
Everything all right back there?
Was that Eidolon? Weekend, perhaps? Huh. Because last we remember, like, she was very, weak from the, like, she was weakening. That was, like, from Heaven's Word on. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gazes cast towards moonlit sky. Thus do our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. Unto the darkened moon. Dawn Traitor. Okay, it's over. Shadowbringers is done. Wow, I'm not gonna talk to everyone because, we do have an ad break in like 2 minutes. God, what do I want to do? I don't want to rush my goodbyes, but I think we'll run ads now because I do want to say my farewells. Like, we're done for today, but I'll run the ads, get them out of the way, and then we'll say goodbye. This has been a lot of fun, but we'll be right back one last time. So be right back. Alright, hello. We're back. Finally got those pesky ads out of the way. We finished Shadowbringers. That was awesome. Again, 10 out of 10. And again, thank you guys so much for hanging out here, being on the journey with me as well. This was really fun. The last duty, several duties of the battles of us playing as Alize, Graha, Urianger too, as well, was a lot of fun. That was good content for sure, and I'm excited to finally start Endwalker. The thing is, though, we're not going to start Endwalker next week because there are a couple of things I do want to kind of finish, like the last remaining bits of Shadowbringers that I want to do for next week. We'll have 2 streams next week because I want to complete the Sage job quests, all of them. There was also one last level 80 job quest that I wanted to finish as well. One that I forgot. So we won't continue MSQ until the week after. Let's see. I'm streaming on Saturday the 9th, Tuesday the 12th, and Tuesday the 14th or the 15th will be the next 2 streams. And I believe there's a Moonfire Fair event that we could do on the Thursday. And then I was thinking we could do the last, or the Shadowbringers Allied Society, like, capstone quest line for all 3 of them, because I maxed out all of my reputation on, for all of them here. So I'm assuming more than likely there is a quest here that we can do. So on Tuesday, it'll be job quests. Thursday, we'll continue our work with the dwarves and continue the Alliance Raid story. We'll do the Moonfire Fair event, and we shall also do the Allied Society quests for the Stormblood, the Shadowbringers tribes. And I think we'll do something else too on Tuesday as well, if we finish up early. Something fun that we could also try. So I'm gonna leave the Rising Stones here. I'm gonna come back 2 weeks from now, talk to you guys again, the Scions. I shall come back with a new look, and we shall set sail for Charlian. We shall be back. So, yeah, we're gonna teleport over to the FC. And then we'll say our final goodbyes. That is, if Mordona loads, please. Okay. Just to check. Alright, Shadowbringers is officially done. We're now in Endwalker. Alright. Let's go to the FC. And then say goodbye. Alright guys, yeah, that was a lot of fun. 6 hour, 30-minute stream of MSQ. That was great. That was a lot of fun. Shadowbringers was definitely a wonderful experience. Alright guys, we'll be back on Tuesday. We shall do some job quest related stuff. On Thursday, we will do the Moonfire Fair event, and we'll also do the Allied Society quest for Shadowbringers. So let me promote myself, socials. Blue Sky. Take care and have a good next few days. Thank you as well, Bond. Take care. YouTube. YouTube and Ko-Fi. Alrighty. Let us go in and raid Notice, who has just recently finished 5.3, so I'm excited to see her journey into 5.4 and beyond up to this point. And I can finally catch her streams, which is exciting. Alright, say hi to Notice again. Oh, here is the raid message. If I could copy-paste that, that would be nice. Really hard to select it. Come on. Come on. There we are. Okay. Raid. Alright, we're gonna say hi to Notice, who is working on Bajja at the moment. Alrighty. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your week. I'll catch y'all next time. And we're gonna do some job content on Tuesday. We'll start Endwalker 2 weeks from now. Or 2 weeks from... a week from next Tuesday. So take care, have a wonderful rest of your day, and bye-bye.